That's fine. All right. Warm welcome to the Treasury officials. There's an echo. Thank you for joining us today. I also want to extend a warm welcome to our stakeholders from Zilbeko. You are welcome. Let me declare this precinct as a venue of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. So I, Honorable Andiswa Musai, the chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee, I hereby declare that the Taba Eco Hotel is the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 656, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature, Version 5, Revision 2, read together with the Section 2, subsection 1 and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislature, Act number 4 of 2004. For the duration of our meeting, this place will be precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. The precinct of the Parliament or Provincial Legislature is described as follows. It's the area of land in every building or part of a building under Parliament's control, including the chambers in which the proceedings of the houses are conducted, the galleries and lobbies of the chambers, every part of the buildings in which the chambers are situated, and every forecourt, yard, garden, enclosure, or open space appertinent thereto. Committee rooms and other meeting places provided or used primarily for parliamentary purposes, and every other building or part of a building provided or used in connection with the proceedings of Parliament while so used. Members, can we confirm if you understand the contents of the rule? Thank you so much. Members understand. So today's meeting is aimed at receiving presentations on the following. Gauteng Provincial Treasury's first quarter performance, the report for the 2025-26 financial year, the GPG State of Finances first quarter report for the 2025-26 financial year, the interventions made by GPT on the Department of Health to comply with 30 days payment to service providers, the FIS topic titled Accruals and the Impact Thereof on Service Delivery, a critical analysis of accruals emanating from medico-legal claims. So the meeting is officially opened. We're going to move to the second item on the agenda, which is apologies, and Tatensani, please take us through.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, departmental officials and colleagues. Chair, you have already dispensed with 2 agenda items, and then we are now on the confirmation of the agenda, which is agenda item number 3. And then item number 4, Chair, is referred reports.
And no, wait, we're on apologies. The second item.
My apology, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, we've received about 3 apologies. One apology from Member Hicklin, due to other work commitments, and the other apology is from the MEC due to a joint SCOPA meeting that he's attending, national SCOPA meeting that he's attending. And then the other apology, Chair, relates to Member Robinson, who would like to leave the meeting around 11, Chair. And then, Chair, we will have also discussed the issue of Member Kava as well as Member Evans and Member Cecilian, that they would like to be released around 11 just for 30 minutes to attend to other legislature business. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. So at 11 members, we're also proposing to take a break for 30 minutes whilst they attend a meeting. So members, if we are agreeable.
Agreed, Chair.
Thank you so much. Then let's move on to confirmation of the agenda.
Thank you once more, Chair. In terms of the agenda, Chair, item number 3 that we are currently seized with is confirmation of the agenda. And then item number 4 is referred reports. That's when we will receive a presentation on the GPT first quarterly performance report in terms of 2025-26 financial year, as well as the GPG state of finances first quarter 2025-26, and then Chair will also receive departmental presentation with regard to the consideration of the presentation of GPT's intervention on non-compliance of departments with 30-day payments to service providers. And then the final presentation, Chair, that we will receive is on the adopted focused intervention study, which is titled Accruals and the Impact thereof on Service Delivery, a critical analysis of accruals emanating from medico-legal claims. Chair, we will also consider minutes of the 15th, 21st, and 22nd of August, and then Chair, other agenda items relates to NCOP bills, provincial bills, resolutions tracking, petitions, correspondence, and date of the next meeting and adjournment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, members. Do we have any inputs? If not, may we move for the adoption, please?
Yeah, I want to propose that we adopt the agenda, Chair. Thanks.
I second that, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. The agenda has been adopted. We're now moving on to the referred reports, which is item 4, the first quarter performance reports 2025-2026 financial year. I'll hand over to the HOD to table the presentation. If you could also maybe introduce the members that you are with.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, and good morning to the stakeholders that have joined us today. Chair, my name is Ngumi Samnyani, the Head of Department of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. With us, I have the Executive of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Starting on my left-hand side, it's Mr. Velile Kweyama, our DDG for Gauteng Audit Services. On my right-hand side, it's our CFO, Mr. Phakamisile Sikichana. Next to him is our DDG for Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management, Mr. Mncedisi Vilakazi. And next is Ms. Nomthi Dube, the Acting DDG for Provincial Supply Chain Management, followed by Ms. Nontembe Kotsiane, our Chief Director for Corporate Services, followed by Mr. Owen Vedboy, our DDG for Municipal Financial Management. Next to him is our DDG for Financial Governance, Mr. Kulu Dumisani. And then lastly, it's our Chief Director for Strategy, Monitoring and Evaluation, Mr. Tengani Koza. Thank you, Chair. The first presentation will be delivered by Mr. Tengani Koza together with the CFO. Through you, Chair, I'll ask them to start. Thanks.
Thank you. Are we going to flight? Thank you. We don't have a photographer today from the legislature, so if the GPT could do us and bless us, please.
Greetings, Chair, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Thanks, HOD, for the opportunity to present. Chair, as introduced, my name is Tengani Koza, Chief Director responsible for strategy management. The presentation, Chair, you would have observed, we've included some abbreviations to make reference easy. In terms of what we are going to present, we will look at the overall performance of the department, our key outputs, look at the human resource capacity, and then the CFO will then do the financial performance. On the presentation, Chair, we have also attached the quarterly performance report. It's an exact copy of the report that we submitted to legislature at the end of July. On this slide, Chair, what you see is a summary of our performance. You'll see that we are reporting that we had 29 targets that were reporting in Q1. Of those 29 targets, we achieved 25, thus making our performance to be at 86%. The 4 deviations that we had were women representation at SMS level. We were sitting at 48% at the end of Q1. I must indicate, Chair, that the recruitment process is underway. We are very hopeful that we will make inroads to achieve the target of 50%. The other deviation that we have is that we have a target to bring youth into the department through our youth development initiatives, internships, and learnerships. And as we had cost containment in the previous financial year, we delayed a bit to start the recruitment process, but that process is now underway. We should be able to then meet the 10% target. In Q1 as well, Chair, we were required to publish a gazette on the allocation to schools and hospitals. We were not able to do that. We put that aside due to the need to retable the main budget. When the main budget was then tabled or retabled on the 3rd of June, we restarted that process of publishing of the gazette, and the publishing then happened in this quarter where we are. We also had a target to appoint a debt collection agency. Chair, what has happened with this target is that we have reviewed what needs to be a better approach, and we then agreed that the best approach with regards to this is not to appoint one debt collection agency, but to appoint a panel of debt collectors, which will then assist the whole province to collect debt as part of our endeavors to improve the revenue collection of the province. So because of that change of approach, Chair, there has then been a delay, but the procurement process is underway with this one. We will be able to achieve during the course of the financial year. This is the detail of those four deviations, Chair. And moving on then to this slide here, we're showing you our key achievements for the quarter, Chair. I will not go through all of them, but maybe just to highlight a few. You will see that we are indicating that we paid all valid invoices within 30 days. An important aspect in terms of ensuring that especially small businesses are able to be sustained over the long term as we guarantee the necessary cash flow. In terms of sustainable fiscal resource management, we assessed planning documents from departments in terms of infrastructure. The IYM reports that we are required to compile and submit to National Treasury, where we analyze performance of departments in terms of expenditure, were done. Moving on to financial governance, you will note, Chair, in the report that we are indicating that we collected all the reports or annual financial statements from departments and entities, the annual reports, ensuring that all then departments and entities in the province are able to meet the deadline of 31st May 2025 of submission to the Auditor General. We also monitored the payment of suppliers in the province, and we have a report for that. Chair also indicating that we have implemented a new system since the beginning of the financial year, the invoice management system. And through that system, there has been 100% submission of supply invoices through that system. The idea behind is that it makes that process seamless, thus also speeding up the payment of suppliers. We also facilitated the coming together of the audit committee meetings. All the meetings that were planned were held. We also conducted SCM compliance assessments on all the departments and 8 entities, and produced the reports with regards to that. We also monitored spending on township suppliers and produced a report on that. The part of what we do also, Chair, is the training of township-based suppliers in terms of how they can be able to do business with government. And the workshops that we had were 2, and that was in line with our target. Then for the support that we provide to municipalities, Chair, we tracked the recommendations from the IGR engagements that we have with municipalities. And here what we want to do, Chair, is to ensure that if there are recommendations, those recommendations are implemented, and the engagements are not just for talking, but to come up with actions that can make a difference in that in the local government space. Continuing with the support to municipalities, we conducted assessments on MFMA compliance, together also with budget assessments. And you will also see to municipalities by GPG departments. There were payments that were made in that quarter, which resulted in 24.8% reduction of the debt. And on our key achievements, finally, with regards to the Gauteng audit services, we followed up on internal audit recommendations. These will be recommendations coming from audits that we would have conducted, and all the recommendations were followed up. On the human resource capacity, Chair, our vacancy rate by end of Q1 was at 14.89%. We are implementing the new structure, and recruitment is ongoing to get ourselves to a level that is acceptable in terms of the vacancy rate. That will be all, Chair and members, from my side. The next report is the financial performance. After the financial performance, as I indicated, Chair, is the actual performance report as submitted to yourselves, which we will not go through. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson and members, and everyone in the room. My name is Paramisile Sikichana, as the HOD introduced me. If we then look at the financial performance of the department, I'll refer first to the allocation column, which is, I'll say, is the first column there, that shows that the 6 programs in the department are funded to the tune of 787 million. And we anticipated, when we were doing our projections around Feb, as we are required, that come the end of the first quarter, we should have reached about 187 million of that allocated budget. The next column that says actual expenditure then shows how far we got to in terms of what we thought we'll realize as a department. So we spent then in the first quarter 180 million, which is the 187 represents 24% of the allocated budget, and so we got to 23 and a bit percent of that anticipated spend. And then the breakdown then is provided for each program. One can see that in the quarter, the program administration, and we received questions on it, spent about 108% of what we projected as a budget. We explained that and we've responded to it as well, because it was a specific question. And so we also show then how the various programs fared. We have got 100% spend under financial governance. There's a slight tip over the projected budget there, but it does not show in the bigger numbers, because it is a very small variance. So I'll explain just perhaps the SFRM to give the committee comfort that we are trying to keep our finger on the pulse on all matters of expenditure control, to be specific. SFRM spend about 85% of its allocation. A lot of its activity comes later in the year on the goods and services, and I think it had a few vacancies that then would also need to be implemented. So the far right column then shows the year-to-date position of the department in terms of expenditure. In this quarter, the actual expenditure coincides. Year-to-date and quarter coincides because it's only one quarter that we're talking about. There will be differences in the future quarters because the quarter analysis just looks at what was projected for the 3 months in the quarter, and then it does not carry the year-to-date number. So then it starts showing differences in subsequent quarters. So if you then go to the next slide, it shows then how our budget is structured according to economic classification. Shows the influence of compensation allocation. And on our numbers, it is the most significant allocation that we are having. So it's 23% carries through in the performance of the department, as one can see there. Our goods and services did not do well in terms of spend for the quarter. We did have a matter that affected that performance in the main, relating to some of the programs that are led nationally on the score of the department. And then the bottom two lines where we show capital expenditure and transfers, they are over the norm for a quarter in terms of spending. But we also want to allay any concerns that the committee may have on that, because it's a once-off situation, especially for capital. It's a single transaction we're carrying from the previous year, and we did not go and ask to roll over the budget related to that. That is why then the spend is significantly above budget. But on the greater scheme of things, looking at the rest of the year, the department anticipated that it does not need to request that it rolls over the budget. It should be able to accommodate that one transaction within the performance of the current financial year. Okay. So that perhaps would have been one of the issues that would be of concern. We've tried to answer it in the questions as well, just to explain that it's a matter that the department sort of acted with its eyes open on, and it's a single transaction. It's not. It does not have carry-through effects or other financial flows that will come in subsequent quarters. So it will be dealt with during adjustments budget to just close the gap itself. I think the variance, perhaps what I should have just perhaps spoken to, I think I tried to when I made the example in the first slide, is that in the first line here on compensation, as much as we anticipated that we'll spend about 24% of the budget, the variances then are mostly sitting there. While it is a small in that line, but because our budget is also not a massive budget, it has an impact on our performance. So our underspending is that on COE, as much as we are close to 25% that we thought we should be in. So that is what explains our underspending. Goods and services, yes, at 15%, massively behind, but the department is catching up subsequent to the quarter on that, and we anticipate that over the course of the year, that number, that statistic should increase significantly. So the variance explanations that we are presenting here are around those two areas, and I've spoken to the capital expenditure that has affected admin, and then the vacancies then affect all the programs in various degrees. So that is where we are in terms of the financial performance of the department. The other matters, I think, that link to the performance were presented by my colleague with regard to paying service providers and things like that. And that then concludes our financial performance presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD. I'm looking at the time. Members, can I request that maybe we combine so that we can do the other presentation before the break, and then we can engage on the matter. So can I request that we do the Gauteng Provincial Government State of Finances as well? Oh.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mncedisi Vilakazi will take us through that presentation. Thanks.
Okay, Ntatenzane is saying who? What's happening? Sorry? We must deal with responses. Oh, okay. Oh, I wanted to combine them, but it's fine if you're saying we can't. Oh, the responses. Okay, sorry. All right. I hear you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take you through the responses. There was a question, Chair, where we were required to provide the committee with a detailed explanation of the total procurement allocation budget against which the quarterly financial performance is assessed. And our response is that the allocation for the quarter was 25.283 million for goods and services, and 1.3 million was for the full year allocation for capital expenditure, and the expenditure was then 16.843 million for goods and services, and an amount of 6.4 million was spent for capital expenditure. In terms of economic classification, the question was that there was a notable over expenditure of 494% on capital expenditure, and we were then required to provide the committee with an explanation for this exceptionally high variance. CFO has spoken to this matter. The overspending, as you can see, Chair, was related to a procurement of computer equipment, which we ordered in the previous financial year, but it was only delivered this financial year. And we then used this financial year's funds to pay for that. There was also a question, Chair, on the expenditure attributed to payments for new laptops, property payments, and leave gratuity. Property payments are cited by the department as one of the contributors to over expenditure. We were required to give clarity as property payments are characteristically considered as fixed costs. So clarity was then sought on if we had not adequately budgeted for this item. So what we are indicating in our response, Chair, is that property payments are not necessarily fixed, mainly because they include payments for water, electricity, waste removal, and such payments to municipalities, which are based on consumption, and you will always have that fluctuation. We are also then providing context, Chair, in terms of the bill split between ourselves and eGov at 75 Forks, and also then indicating the effect of the fiscal consolidation on the budget. There was also a question for, with regards to the 30 days supplier payment report, wanting to know what were the key findings in relation to compliance for 30 days payment. And we are then providing responses, Chair, related to each department where, for instance, for health, we're saying there are cash shortages for medical legal cases, rates of execution on departmental bank account with regards to that, delays in the cleaning and processing of exceptions at the institutions is one of the things that affects 30 days payment. And also then over commitment, which will be the accruals. And you will then see, Chair, we've listed for each department the issues that affect them in terms of the 30 days payment. And moving on, then providing overall performance for 30 days. We are sitting at 86%, or we were sitting at 86% at the end of Q1. And Chair, the impact of health on the overall performance becomes clear when you look at that performance without health, and you see that we then jump from 86% to 97%. We were then also required to compare the performance of Q1 of this financial year with the first quarter of 24-25, and we are providing that response, the comparison of the two quarters, and we are indicating, Chair, that for this financial year, there were 7 departments which achieved 100% compliance, while when you look at the same period in the last financial year, there were 12 departments that achieved 100%, that achieved 100%. We are also then providing also context for this one, Chair. CFO also mentioned the issue of the SCOA, which affected payments, especially for the month of April, and also then the coming in of a new department, the Department of Environment. Some of the factors that affected the payments, we've also listed them, Chair. They are also in the previous slide. I will not go through that. There was also then a question on whether there are any budgetary constraints or whether that is a factor in the late payment of service providers. And we are answering in the affirmative. The need for departments to then plan appropriately is then indicated there, Chair. There was also a question about the 5 audit committee meetings. What were the outcomes of those meetings? We are responding by explaining the process. The chairperson writes an executive summary report to the MEC where they provide an overview of the outcomes of the meeting, and also then saying the chairpersons of committee meetings have an opportunity to meet with MECs to discuss important issues that may come out of those engagements that we have with audit committees. You also wanted to know if there were any resolutions taken and whether those resolutions have been effective in enhancing financial governance and compliance. We're indicating that yes, resolutions were taken, and we believe that these resolutions have been effective in enhancing financial governance and compliance, especially when implemented with intent and supported in terms of oversight mechanisms. There was also a question, Chair and members, on the preferential spending report. You wanted to know how is preferential procurement contributing to the revitalization of the township economy. And we are then showing that the spending on township suppliers was at 580 million for the first quarter of 25-26. And also, when you look at the totality of the interventions that we have in townships, all of that works to contribute positively to township revitalization. But we are also admitting, Chair, that the scale of impact is limited when you look at the overall goals of government in terms of transformation. We produced the 14 compliance registers for departments and 8 for public entities, and you were then asking, Chair, if there were instances of non-compliance, and there were instances of non-compliance, and also whether this was due to lack of capacity or any other factors. We've listed the applicable factors, including incorrect establishment and application of panel of service providers, the allocation of triple BE points, the late reporting of deviations, purchase orders created on expired contracts, and also the departmental SCM policies not being updated annually. Lack of capacity, Chair, is an issue that we're also talking about. And when you then ask what remedial actions were taken to address these non-compliances, we're also responding to show that in addition to the oversight that we play and the enforcement of compliance with SCM prescripts, we undertook a desktop assessment of SCM capacity, and we have made recommendations that have been taken to EXCO, and we are then implementing. You will see there's a plan to fill critical posts as indicated in that response, Chair. We carrying on with that response, indicating the development of capacity, SCM capacity development strategy. We've engaged with stakeholders to fund the capacity building initiatives for SCM. We are also implementing the digitization of SCM processes. This was also announced by the MEC in the budget speech, and we're also issuing circulars to strengthen compliance with prescripts. I think this is part of that response, Chair, with regards to capacity. And moving on to municipal finance governance, You noted, Chair, that we followed up all the recommendations for the engagements that we've had with municipalities, and you wanted to know how this has impacted financial performance within municipalities. In our response, we are indicating that we have deployed technical advisors under the Municipal Finance Hands-on Support Program. And amongst other things, we aim to improve the budgeting, revenue and expenditure management. And since the inception of the program, we have noted improvements in terms of the implementation of recommendations. We have reviewed the 2025-2026 table budgets for municipalities in that way, and also implemented the audit action plans to improve the audit outcomes of municipalities and ensure that the previous audit findings are addressed. Coupled with that, looking at reduction of unauthorized expenditure and with improvement on internal controls. Lastly then, Chair, there was also a question for Gauteng Audit Services, where you were asking about whether the recommendations that were followed up, were they implemented, and also if there were any challenges. We are then indicating, Chair, that from the follow-up that we did, what we found is that 41% of the recommendations were implemented, with 59% in progress. There are some challenges that we can point out, and we have listed some of the challenges, Chair, in the response. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. I had thought that maybe we'll do a presentation on the Gauteng Provincial Government State of Finance, but members, considering the time now, I think let me allow that we engage on the presentations so that other members can be excused whilst the department is responding. So I'll consider and recognize any hands. Member Ngubeni, Member Tlop, is your hand up? Oh, and Member Sedinyane, I'll also make a comment or question. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to members of the legislature, the officials, and our guests who are here. Chair, I think let's welcome the presentation from the department and acknowledge the good performance in regards to their target. And also acknowledge the supply invoice compliance within 30 days. Also very impressive that we still are able to pay within 15 days at 96%. I think that must always be noted as something that we appreciate, because we know the impact that late payment has on small businesses in particular. But also we want to also acknowledge the intervention by the department in regards to annual financial statements that have been submitted by all the municipalities. Yesterday we had the Citibank municipalities with us, and they all appreciate the support that they get from the department. Chair, I think the issue that we discussed yesterday in regards to the debts to municipalities, I think we have exhausted it with the team, and I'm sure the HOD will have received some of the updates and recommendations that but we do acknowledge that there is a reduction, but there's a lot of work needs to be done there. I think the issue of the vacancy rate, HOD and the team, really my question is, I'm not sure which areas of these vacancies it's at, but if we are going to assist municipalities to turn around their finances, I want to know whether maybe this variance, spending variance, and there's an impact on municipal oversight, because that's really my concern. If we don't have staff that can be able to assist us to turn around those municipalities, then we need to move to get staff in and expertise in that can assist us. Of course, the issue of revenue collection sitting at 15%, it's a red mark, but it's still early days. So we do note that they are in plans to bring in external experts to assist there. We will monitor that as we go, and I think the expenditure on compensation. Chair, I think the issue of accruals and other things, they are on the presentations that are coming. We will obviously get time to engage the department in regards to that. Of course, our biggest concern is the health department. And even after the circular that has been released, and other departments dealing with the accruals, we see the health department still struggling. It will be interesting to hear from the department if they've got any other creative ideas on how they are going to assist the province to deal with this potential fiscal time bomb that we see with commitments and accruals that have ballooned to about 36.9 billion. It's a ticking time bomb in terms of our fiscal position, I think, but we'll be grateful to hear if there are any interventions that are planned for that. Maybe lastly, Chair, the presentation does speak about budget funding plans and MFMA compliance in regards to municipalities. But what I'm missing, and maybe I can be assisted in their plans and in their outputs, do we make any provision to report on the financial recovery plans for municipalities, particularly for municipalities like Mfuleni, Merafong, Rand West, that continues to have unfunded budgets. I do know that in regards to Mfuleni, it was reviewed sometime in December. Is it not prudent, Chair, that we have this reported on quarterly basis to this committee, so that we can know what is the status of those of the compliance in regards to the FRP, our municipalities implementing what they're supposed to implement, which leads to other things. I mean, a municipality like Mfuleni, if they really want debt relief, they need to comply with the financial recovery plan. But we saw the MMC recently saying they are approaching National Treasury. But when we look into the compliance we are told that they are really not complying. So maybe a regular report in regards to this into the quarterly reports might assist us to keep track on what is happening there. I will stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Ngobeni. Let me allow Member Sedinyane because he also needs to be excused, but we'll continue after.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And let me take this opportunity to officially greet members, the department and the officials, stakeholders that may be here as well. I think let's also welcome the presentation. And mine, Chair, will be just to amplify on the input made by Member Ngobeni. As we had a conversation or rather a discussion yesterday with municipalities, the DG would have a proper report that he still has to share with the department. But furthermore, there are recommendations that the committee would have made, which we think it will be important that there should be a conversation that seeks to support or rather intervene on the challenges raised by municipalities, HOD. The truth of the matter is that majority of municipalities, especially in the VAL, are struggling with the collection of revenue, which brings in the municipality into a difficult challenge of providing service to our people. And it is for that reason that we as the committee would have deliberated on that matter, because it can't be that the municipality will make an excuse with the department in relation to the revenue that are owed by the GPG departments, problem child being Department of Health and Education. And it is for that reason that we thought that it will be important that we seriously ensure that we talk to yourselves and you service the debt that are owed to those municipalities, so that those municipalities can then be able to fail on their own without making an excuse with the departments that are owing in terms of providing services to our people. But there is a number of resolutions that would have taken as the committee, and we think it will be important that we prioritize. But lastly, Chair, with also the talk show type of meetings that would have through roundtables, which do not necessarily yield any results that seeks to help and empower this municipality to remove them out of that particular quagmire. It remains that of a challenge. So we thought it's important that we also highlight and raise these issues as well, so that moving forward, the department that are owing municipalities should be able to intervene and ensure that they resolve some of those particular issues. But the rest of these others, of course, would have raised with them in terms of what is it that is as expected. I think, Chair, let me just pause there. Other than that, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Sedinyane. Let me also welcome the presentation and thank the officials for the work that you are doing. I'm not going to reiterate on some of the comments and questions that have been brought through by the members of the committee. But just to add, I'm also really going to take this opportunity because the reason why we also needed to respond to these questions emanated from some of the engagements we've had with the West Rand, and it's the same information we would have received for Mfuleni. And I'm really going to take this opportunity now. When we had an engagement with West Rand, we discovered that the information we are getting under the municipal financial governance, it's mostly figures, you know, instead of the outcomes of the programs that you would be getting from implementing. Now, our observation is that the municipal financial governance unit's work is not coming through. And for us, as a committee, we want to assess impact. We discovered that there's quite a lot of support that we are giving to municipalities, but it's really not coming out. And communities out there, or the public, in as much as in terms of your administration or technical support that you are giving in the improvements that are in writing or in the books, they're not bothered by that. What they are bothered about is the impact on service delivery. Now, what we as the committee would want to implore on the department is that the support on ensuring that municipalities do recover, their revenue, or they collect, the debts from the Gauteng Provincial departments is important. From other entities as well is important, so that if the municipalities do come, in front of this committee, they must not use GPT as a scapegoat for saying that they cannot perform, they are unable to deliver services because they're not getting, in terms of the money that they are owed out there, they're unable to deliver services. Now, we would really implore the department to maybe make an example and do a pilot study where you are able to assist. I have not been able to look at section 216 of the Constitution that was quoted yesterday, that dealt with National Treasury, which means you would have to engage, that it's able to, I'm not sure whether it's able to ring-fence some money or it's able to withhold, some funds going into the departments, because the departments are not paying municipalities. Yeah, we really would like you to maybe respond to that on whether you are able to do that. And secondly, the issue of Department of Health and Human Settlement that has not been able to pay or to sign an SLA now with the municipalities, and they are dilly-dallying. We will be calling them for a hearing, and also want to understand how the department is going to step in. And you must be able to bring in National Treasury in all that, whether you also bring in SALGA in the discussion. So I think that's where we are. We really would like to see something tangible. We really would like you to move from just giving us numbers in terms of your APP when it comes to the municipal financial governance, because your work is not really coming out clear. But I think you will be able to gain maybe the favor of the public if that information comes through. So the department needs to do that. So yeah, I think that's what I really wanted to come in when it comes to that. Yeah, I'll give you an opportunity, HOD and the team, to respond. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair and the members, for the questions.
Maybe, sorry, before HOD, the other point that they were raising, and I think the department was able to inform us, that you are encouraging municipalities to use their bylaws. But the information also came out and saying, but we are encouraged to use the bylaws to recover, but yet when we are in sessions with the GPT, we are also being told to tone down, and use the IGR and be patient, whereas we've waited for 5 to 10 years. So I think that needs to be clear, whether there should be a letter to the municipalities to say that, but they cannot be telling them that they must use bylaws. They do have bylaws that they can implement, and yet they're told to tone down. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Once more. I think the issue of the debt owed to municipalities, specifically by the department, is something that, on our side as well, it's something that is not acceptable, such that we are looking at interventions, especially when it comes to the side of the property rates and taxes, where Treasury can see how they become, we secure the money from the departments and directly pay. Why we are focusing on the property rates and taxes, because it is easy to determine. There will be a valuation roll that would have been published at least for 12 months, and also there would be the rates that are applicable. So that way, even when we take this money from the departments, it will be easier to pay over. The risk of errors will be limited. The side that still will have some risk is when it comes to your consumption in terms of the services. Because that is the area where there are sometimes dispute between departments and municipalities. But be that as it may, it doesn't justify the non-payment, because even at our level as the individuals that consume the services, you do not just not pay your municipal bill, but because there is a dispute, as you are, because you would have consumed services. So as the engagements are happening, but some kind of payment arrangement needs to be put in place. So that is a proposal at this point in time from us as a Department of Treasury to EXCO to grant us that authority, because we wouldn't want to transgress issues of the PFMA, because at the end of the day, the accounting officer of a respective department is responsible for that. So if anything, we do anything that is, is deemed not be in line with that, it will be a contravention. So those are some of the issues that we're looking at. We are engaging, I think, through our IGR with the departments to prioritize municipalities, because we've seen a point where the budget cuts have affected the departments, and it's a matter of, what are the areas that will be prioritized. And I think, as you've already seen in the presentation that was done on the payment of invoices, the impact of the medico-legal claims on the budget of health. But with all of that, all debts that are owed by departments should be settled. It's not an excuse, but it's about how the departments could put in place proper payment plans. So instead of not paying nothing at all, but how then do they make sure their budget touches all its creditors, to try and strike a balance so that the municipalities are not crippled in that regard. I think this is a question that was coming up on all from all the members that have asked questions, including yourself, Chair. If I may come back, I think the issue of the bylaws in terms of how the municipalities should implement the bylaws, and also their credit policies in terms of collections. We have analyzed also the implementation of the credit control on the side of the municipalities, because that is also something that we're looking at, how we can assist them, starting with them collecting debt from their employees before, just to try and improve that culture of non-payment. That, any debt owed by an official that works for a municipality. In fact, officials working for municipalities shouldn't be allowed not to pay their debt. So we've also analyzed that, including the councillors. So how we can start with that and then implement credit control across the board. The Premier has made it clear that we have something that is called the Premier's Coordinating Forum, that where municipalities are owned by departments, then they must implement their credit control. So I think it's about how then that needs to be implemented, because the Premier is given the go-ahead. So if it means you cut services, then you cut services. That is the message that the Premier has given to the executive mayors of all the municipalities in that platform. On the part of the vacancy rate of the department, It is high, Chair, because it's way above the 10% that DPSA has prescribed as a threshold that should be the maximum. Coupled with that is that there was the moratorium by DPSA on the recruitment of personnel, just to make sure we manage the costs. And what subsequently took place during that is that we had 2 wage settlement agreements that were implemented, which were not funded. The impact thereof on a treasury is quite huge. Is that because the structure of the budget of a treasury is that it is 75% compensation of employees, informed by the nature of the business that we run, because we're more about analysis, about support engagements with municipalities, and 25% will be our goods and services and probably your capex. So when these increases come and they are not funded, it means that we are at a risk of not being to afford our entire structure, because at the point in time when this structure was approved, the situation as far as the budget is concerned was different. Be that as it may, we are embarking, we've run an exercise with our CFO just to see how do we reprioritize our budget to identify the critical posts that we need to recruit. And as we're busy with that, DPSA changed its job evaluation system. As we stand, we have about 5 positions at SMS level that with the new evaluation system, it downgraded positions that were sitting at level 13, which is a director, to level 12. So we have this dilemma because remember, there are already some deputy directors. Now the question is, who is going to be the supervisor if all of them are at that level? So this has put our recruitment process, has affected the momentum of the recruiting, because now it means we must go back to DBSA and have engagements of what does this mean. So in the previous, when we used the previous system, these positions were sitting at level 12 and they had subordinates at level 13 and they had subordinates at level 12. Now the rule is that before you advertise, so these 5 positions needed to be re-advertised, and the rule is that before you advertise, you must redo your job evaluation, and 5 of those positions at SMS level came out at level 12, and now it is affecting the entire organizational structure of the department. But there are positions that have been advertised that some of them have closed at SMS level, and for example, our DDG financial governance started on Monday, so it's part of this process of recruiting. The DDG for provincial supply chain as well. The processes are underway. Chief Director, Local Government, Financial Services, also those have been advertised. So we are hoping that by the end of Q2, when we come back here, this vacancy rate would have definitely improved to a certain extent. It might not have reached the 10%, but definitely there would have been improvements that would have been implemented in that regard. And indeed, the impact of this vacancy rate is across the business units. It's not a particular business unit, and also the municipal financial governance is affected. So this local government financial services chief director position that has been advertised is one of those positions that have been earmarked to ensure that the support and guidance that we provide to our clients, whether it's Department of Municipalities, is not compromised. On the part of the accruals, I'm not sure if Member Ngobeni would like us to talk into detail, because the interventions are definitely in that presentation, and then maybe we can engage after the presentation if you still feel that there are areas that we haven't covered. Thank you, Member. The issue of the budget funding plans by municipalities. So for all the municipalities that tabled unfunded budgets. Yes, we had asked them for the budget funding plans, and upon receipt thereof, we did provide our input in terms of what could work with the plan already as they've presented, because the municipalities have finalized, as they have finalized their budget. So we do budget assessment when they have their preliminary budgets, and we give them input to inform the final budgets. Some of the recommendations are taken into consideration, but not all of them are taken into consideration. So our latest analysis of the final budgets was the issue of, the tariffs not cost reflecting, meaning that the cost that the municipality incurs in rendering this service is not fully recovered by the tariffs that they actually charge. They charge the consumers. Some of them there is merit, because some of the increases that have come through NERSA affecting ESCOM, they are not CPI or inflation related. So the councillors have that discretionary to look at, can you really transfer the entire cost? But what is important is that how then will the municipality close the gap so by their expenditure should take into consideration that their revenue will not come through as expected. So those are some of the inputs that we give to the various municipalities in this regard. Yes, indeed, member, we do. So on the part of the unfunded budgets, we do the analysis, and we do issue the reports to both the mayors and the municipal managers for each respective municipality. We do compile reports on the financial recovery plans. So I think we'll just need to know that, Mr. Khoza and Mr. Vetboy, that our presentation when we appear again should touch on the work that we do on the financial recovery plans and the issue of compliance matters in the various municipalities. I think the presentation that was done both last night and also the one that was done at Silver Star was more an abridged version, because it was directly responding to the issues that would have been raised in the initial meeting with the municipalities. But there are those reports that are definitely prepared by the unit Municipal Financial Governance. And I think this also touches on the comment that you've made, Chair, on the aspect of the reporting, that you see more numbers than the impact in terms of what would have been done. For an example, one thing that last year we saw an improvement in this Mogale city as far as their finances are concerned, and that would have been hugely influenced by some of the initiative that we introduced of the interim financial statements. So that allowed the municipality to mid-year to prepare financial statements, which is something that has never been done before in a municipality. And AG cooperated with us that they will do not a full-blown audit, but a high-level audit that identified areas that needed them to strengthen their controls and make some changes in terms of how they manage or report their transactions. And indeed, by the end of the financial year for 23-24, we saw an improvement in the Mogale city. It is one municipality that really took that initiative seriously. Some municipalities, yes, they did, but it was, you could see that there were a lot of errors in how they prepared that. So indeed, Chair, we are looking at that. This is something that was also raised by the Auditor General during the audit that we've just concluded as the Treasury when they were auditing us as a department. And I'll ask maybe Mr. Vetboy just to give the examples of some of the changes that we are considering in terms of how we report the work that we do, just to make sure that we don't take over the responsibility, accountability of the municipality, but we still demonstrate the impact of the work that we do. So when we do this compliance assessment, what the feedback that we give, what does that do, you know, and the likes. Budget assessments, compliance issues. I think also the ESCOM debt relief program has these glaring compliance issues that the municipality needs to adhere to. So us guiding municipalities on how to navigate this then has resulted in a couple of our municipalities actually benefiting from the program, having a third of their debt written off, meaning that freeing some resources in the municipality to be refocused towards service delivery, considering the economic environment and the challenges that are faced by the country and mostly by the consumers of the services. On the part of Section 216 of the Constitution, this section is quite specific to National Treasury, but ours is to provide input into the decisions that they make. So the proposal you're making, Chair, it's something that we'll take to our IGR forum with National Treasury in terms of you know, how they can support us as provinces in dealing with the withholding of funds, and you know, just for us when we implement this at a provincial level, it should be clear and it should be so that is something that we will take forward. Something we will take forward, Chair, in that regard. I'm not sure if I've missed anything, colleagues. Is there something that you noted? Maybe Mr. Vedboy, if you can just come in on the impact side. But thank you, Chair. We'll finish off with Mr. Vedboy. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Treasury, and once again, good morning, Chair, and to the members. I feel like we haven't finished our conversation of last night, but certainly. To the Chair and the members, I think it was important to understand how the committee, you know, see the work of the Municipal Finance Unit within the Treasury. And then certainly, as I've indicated to the members, we certainly owe the committee a much more comprehensive presentation. As HUD indicated, a component of the presentation is part of a much bigger State of Municipal Finance presentation. Actually, if I can just start maybe on the financial recovery plans, certainly there is a structured monitoring process, and it's regulated in terms of the MFMA, and the MEC reports to the Mayor, Salga, and national to the Minister of Finance and Minister of COCTA. But also, Chair, I think what is important to note is that we need to share those reports with the committee. And certainly there are compliance challenges in terms of some of the FRP work. And the one thing that about the FRP is the financial recovery plan is implemented and introduced on the basis that we afford the municipal council and the leadership of that municipality to manage the financial recovery plans. Now, I must indicate to the committee that the Mfuleni FRP was reviewed, although there were some of the milestones in the previous FRP that was concluded and implemented. However, there are still some remaining, and that has been adjusted in the new financial recovery plan that Mfuleni has adopted at the end of last year. In terms of Mirafong, the FRP is still fairly new. One of the things that in the last meeting with the MEC and the mayoral committee was the progress on the implementation of the FRP in Mirafong. One of the few success stories, I think, around the implementation of financial recovery plans is West Rand District Municipality. West Rand has successfully graduated from the financial recovery plan, And I think, members, that's a success story that we as a province, are part of. As a provincial government, we are part of that initiative. And it came about as a result of the support that the province have been giving to West Rand. So that's a success story in terms of interventions. And one of the things as an outcome of that intervention was that the municipality was able to achieve a clean audit opinion as part of that process. As the HOD indicated, we issue a number of assessment reports, compliance reports, and certainly the intention is to improve. One of the biggest ones is around the budget process. And certainly, Chair, when you look at the work that the advisors are doing on the ground, the advice that we are giving our municipalities, some of them are translating into the budget process. And that's why we have seen improvements in the funded budgets, and we do this work collectively with National Treasury. City of Tshwane, the City of Johannesburg, Midvaal, and Mogale City have passed unfunded budgets. Funded budgets. We are currently looking at Lesedi municipality as there is a possibility that that funded position could improve. So there is improvement in terms of the work that we do, and we can certainly see that translating, Chairperson. But certainly, as I committed, we would like to make a full presentation to the committee of the support work that we are giving to our municipalities. And also just to note, Chair and the committee, there is quite extensive reports, non-financial reports, that in detail analyzes what is happening in our municipalities on a financial space, budgets, financial statements, supply chain management, compliance. There's a huge focus in terms of municipal revenue, but also a focus in terms of the policy environment. And then we've got a new unit called the Municipal Fiscal Policy and Planning Unit, and really with the work of that unit, we want to focus on financial policies, the improvement of that, but also to help municipalities in terms of long-term financial planning. And that for us is important, Chair. And as you indicated, certainly we want to secure that space, because if municipalities are financially sustainable, they can certainly improve what they can do and provide services to the community. And really, Chair, that's the heart of what we are trying to achieve. And thank you very much for the robust engagement with the committee. And I think the honest comments, it also makes us reflect as a team what we can do differently. And that is what we are taking away from this two-day meeting. Yeah, some of my colleagues were, they were really scratching their heads last night, but I said, let's reflect on what the committee is saying to us, and let's take guidance from that. So thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, HOD. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chair. And I think lastly, yesterday we had a meeting with the AGSA, the provincial leadership, together with the Premier, where they were giving us feedback on the process that just concluded now on the 31st of August with the tabling of the annual reports. And the commitment we are making is, in terms of the municipalities that we can see, they almost there in having their house in order. So we've identified about 4 municipalities that we're going to make, efforts. For example, we know your Rand West, it's one of the municipalities that, with the focus on it, we can see the improvements that we've seen in municipalities like your Mogale, your Lesedi. Those are some of the municipalities, the districts. There is not a lot happening in districts, so it could be easy to actually deal with those municipalities. And of course, Mogale has started showing signs of this improvement. So there are these initiatives and commitments that are underway that we are working on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me allow Member Ngobeni, to do a follow-up.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, and thanks to the HOD and the DDG for the responses and the engagement. As you were, we sent some questions to the department, which were presented earlier on. The unfortunate thing is that We only received them this morning. So I'm just scanning through them to see, and obviously taking to as well from what was presented on whether there's any follow-ups on it. And I'm actually picking up one or two things. Talking about the audit committees, it was one of the questions that was posed to the department in terms of what were the outcomes of the 5 audit committee meetings, were resolutions effective? And I've noted the responses from the department. But my concern, Chair, is that the department is not giving us examples where audit committee resolutions were actually or led to disciplinary or corrective actions. If maybe we can be able to get some examples so that we can have confidence that indeed these audit committees have been taken seriously, and they are assisting the department to fix some of the audit findings that will have been identified. The other question that was asked was on the preferential procurement to township revitalization. And we appreciate the response in terms of the money that is spent there, particularly in regards to Q1. Of course, we always say we can do more, especially in township, in terms of bringing businesses there. But I think the responses do identify some of the challenges that are there in terms of township businesses not complying and SCM problems that are coming up there. I think it will be nice if the department can look sharply into this and see if they can be able to come up with hard targets, that towards township procurement. What is it that they are going to assist? How are they going to assist this SMEs to ensure that they are compliant and all those things, and we are able to meet our targets in terms of supporting this township economy. But we note the response that was sent. Talking about audit services again, Chair, there was a question where we ask, were all internal audit recommendations implemented? If not, what challenges hindered implementation? The department responded, and it's a bit worrying that more than half of the audit recommendations remain unimplemented. That's a serious red flag. I think you will agree with me, HOD. Of course, you did mention some of the challenges that relate to vacancies that are there that contributes to the department not able to operate in a more efficient way. But half of the audit recommendation not implemented, it's something that we need to look at it in a more pointed way. What I will suggest is that we have a register of all these audit findings with deadlines and responsibilities, which official is responsible for it. Because if we leave it just hanging like that, this is when later on we find that there were corruption, mismanagement that happened, and we will be asked as this committee, didn't you see this, in the reports that the department were presenting in front of you? So it's important that we...
Before that, HOD, just to make a comment, when we were adopting the budget in the House sitting, I think for the first time during our term of this administration, all members of the legislation, in fact, if you could say maybe all the opposition parties, they in fact stood up and said, we are supporting the GPT budget. Not all departments get that acknowledgement. So it does mean that, you know, GPT is really, really working. And I think if we could just tweak on, you know, some of the issues that we're raising, especially in terms of impact and making sure that your work out there is known. But again, I mean, I might have only spoken about the municipal finance governance unit. But when you look at others, I was just looking at your APPs now, mostly really is percentages and the numbers. So try and make sure that the outcomes are clear, you know. Because if you're only looking at the percentages of youth that is getting, you know, support from the department, but when you are not saying what programs are you putting in place and how it has turned around those, so it's really important for you to, the issue of township revitalization, you do have those SCM workshops that you conduct, but has that improved, you know, in terms of making sure that the SMMEs are getting business and government and all that, and the businesses are also complying. I think it's something that you need to look into. Now, the Ekurhuleni municipality has also been on the RFP for quite some while, you know, a while. When is it graduating? I think the committee would also want to know. We also received yesterday that there will be an opportunity for both councillors and members of the legislatures and employees to also access some training, you know, SIGFARO training. We really welcome that. Also, you will also be able to put those outcomes. This is something that you know, a new initiative that you were able to bring through, and maybe it will improve. I really want to plead with the GPT at the moment, and I don't know, I did mention it to members. I'm from Citibank district. That's my constituency. I really would want to see an improvement. You've mentioned only Lesedi now, but we are, I think in most committees that I serve in, we are worried and concerned about Emfuleni. It must be prioritized as well. It must form part of that. But I'm saying maybe there you could, if you can't, because I mean you're providing a lot of support, but when we're speaking about the debt recovery from the, especially with Lesedi as well, that human settlement and health will really make a huge difference. I think please, the SLA, let's focus on that. Yeah. I'll give you an opportunity so that we can then close on this matter. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and I think thank you for those words of encouragement. We do appreciate them because it's not the easiest of terrains to navigate, but we're doing our best and looking at the different approaches. On the part of the municipalities, when we were highlighting the four, it was municipalities that are almost there just to turn them around and make them clean. But Emfuleni, the municipality, and your Mirafong, all those, you know, in terms of the resources of the department, it's where they go, especially as supported by the financial recovery plan. So those ones, they are definitely priority number one in terms of the resources. But we're saying we've identified these that, you know, they almost there. How do we just assist them to leap to a position where we say we're comfortable? And I think we also appreciate that it's another thing to have a clean audit, but what's important is how that clean audit or those improved audit outcomes translate to service delivery. So it's another thing to have this aspect, but we're not here to have our first priorities as the state entities. It's not about the clean audit. They are very important, but it's about the impact on the ground, because that's what we've been established for. secondary to that is to make sure that as we are established, we take care of what has been entrusted to us in the form of resources. So definitely, Chair, we're definitely not leaving municipalities behind. On the part of these audit committees, a member, I think every report that is issued, whatever deliberations that are done in the meeting, that is what then, you know, the resolutions that come out there, they are directly discussed with the MEC or executive authority of that particular department. So it's not something that is just left to the accounting officer, because the reports that are presented is what the accounting officer would have been expected to do. But it is further escalated to the executive authority for them to exercise that oversight in terms of what is it that is not going well, and also their report is balanced, so they talk about what is going well and also what the MEC needs to pay attention to as far as those whatever they're picking up through the audit process. So these are reports that go directly to the MECs. So what we will have a conversation with our provincial provincial chair of the chair of the Provincial Audit Committee, because this is something that we are also we assist to establish these audit committees. But I think in the issue, as far as governance is concerned, we need to have that separation of responsibilities. So that is something that the message that we'll take back to the chair of the Provincial Audit Committee in terms of the request that has come through from this intervention, from this engagements with yourselves, because I think as oversight, it's important to know what is coming from all kind of assurance providers together with the governance bodies that are overseeing these the departments throughout the province. So we definitely will do that. And on the part of the township-based enterprises, we will provide the more details on the information, because indeed we are we are doing or implementing various initiatives. We have our banker, for an example, that has also assisted us in some programs. So it's not something that you will see as a line item, but as part of them banking us in terms of their CSI budget. We ask them to do certain things to support our SMMEs, especially that they also have a unit in terms of funding that support SMMEs as a bank, and we are tapping on that knowledge in terms of that. For an example, there's something that we've just concluded with them in terms of an agreement, what we call PO funding. So most of the township enterprises, we will know they don't have a track record that when you go and apply for funding at the bank, you won't have that credit history. But on the back and on the strength of a PO that would have been issued by government, just to make sure that they do not fail, they make that funding available for them to deliver on that PO, and then they will have some kind of an agreement that makes sure that, for example, the bank account that is used, both the bank and the enterprise have, shared responsibility, so that they do not default on their repayment of whatever debt. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, because we know some of our enterprises do fail to even kickstart their businesses after they would receive some government business, because they don't have the financial muscle to actually deliver on that PO. So those are some of the initiatives that we're looking at, and I think those are the things that will provide more details in terms of the initiatives that we're doing with that, with our SMMEs, over and above the issues of them being trained, because some of them we see that they miss out on the government business purely because they can't complete the necessary paperwork that could give them an opportunity to participate in government expenditure. Chair, I'll ask our Chief Auditor Executive to just talk to the issues of the question that specifically spoke to the recommendations. Thank you.
No, thanks, HOD. Before that,
Okay.
there was a slip of the tongue when I spoke about Kurulin. I wanted to say Fuleni has been on the FRP for a long time. Sorry about that.
Sorry. Yes, Chair, I also missed responding to that. Yes, Fuleni, I think, Chair, the how or what determines how municipalities get into a financial recovery plan or get out of the financial recovery plan. The starting point is that for you to be put into a financial recovery plan, an assessment is done in terms of the pillars of the back to basics, looking at governance issues, service delivery, financial management, and the likes. And so it is based on the monitoring, continuous assessment of a municipality in that regard. And when the indication from the assessment is that there are still non-compliance issues that are filtering through, the municipality is not, doing well in those pillars, that would have been used in assessing, if it is in financial distress, as the term that is usually used to define what eventually puts you in a financial recovery plan. If the assessment indicates that you are still not doing well as far as the pillar is concerned, so under a pillar there will be a number of indicators that would be assessed. So if you're not doing well and there is no significant improvement, then that's what will determine whether you remain in there or because the Minister of Finance is the one that would put a municipality into that category, and it will still be the Minister of Finance. Of course, we will provide our support and make a recommendation as per the assessment that would have been done to the Minister of Finance, and then they make their call and decision to remove a municipality out of that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We can get additional information on the audit so that we can move on this item.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the members for the question. As it relates to the implementation of action plans, the auditors are equally frustrated because it is the responsibility of the clients. We perform audits with the intention of the clients that the clients will implement recommendations, so that when we come back to audit again, we don't find the same thing. The same applies to the Office of the Auditor General findings, and I think the correct party to respond to the non-implementation or the speed with which audit action plans are implemented is the management. We perform follow-ups, report on a continuous basis on the rate of implementation. The audit committee does assist in requesting management to speed up the implementation, but the speed with which management implements action plans is concerning to us, and there is really nothing we can do as auditors to ensure that they implement, except for performing the audits and requesting them to implement, commit to action plans to implement whatever that we have found, so that we don't find the same thing again. So the status, in as far as the percentage implemented is concerned, is true, and the audit committee is, as I've said, equally concerned, and there is really nothing we can do as auditors except for encouraging management to implement the action plan so that we don't find the same thing and the audit outcomes improve with time. Thanks, Chair. I don't know if I have responded adequately. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Ntate. If there are any follow-up questions, we would always follow up with the formal requests. Let me thank the department for the presentation and responding. Members, can we move for noting the presentations?
Yes, Chair. I do move for noting.
Thank you.
Second, Chair.
Thank you so much. Can I request that members just for a leg stretch and maybe just a tea break for 10 minutes? Is it that, yeah, the tea is that side? Let's be back at 10 minutes past 12, please. Thanks. Colleagues, let's be settled. Can we all sit down so we can start? Thanks. Honorable members and officials, the next item is on the Gauteng Provincial Government of State of Finances. I'll hand over to the HOD to table the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Vilagazi will take us through the presentation.
Actually, thank you very much, and good morning good day to the Chair and the members of the committee and the team that is supporting from the legislature and our visitors, and the team from the Provincial Treasury.
I think you're talking softly because I'm wondering whether it's me. Maybe I'm growing old or something.
Okay, so I must just bring it closer to myself. I hope you can hear me better, Chairperson. Is it better now? All right. Thank you very much. So I'm going to really just then take you through the performance of the province as at the end of Q1. Today being the 4th of September, we are already in the last month of the second quarter. But it's still really critical that we look at how we have performed in the first quarter. So this is just basically then the summary in terms of all the important aspect of then the report, the revenue, how much have we collected against the target that is already in the fiscal framework that was presented at the beginning of June. And then also then to look at the other source of revenue, which is then the conditional grants, is the second largest revenue source, and then just then the overall performance as well as then the infrastructure. So that is really just then the party. So this slide really is confirming that in Q1 we were still liquid as a province. I know at the beginning of this year there were even articles that were saying Gauteng will be bankrupt by June. So we ended the quarter, end of June, still liquid. So that is really just then what we are reporting here, and we are highlighting obviously departments that we needed to help, who were already experiencing cash flow pressures. So those are the ones that are highlighted in red, which we were able to help. And the reason why they found themselves under pressure, it's really because of the accruals. So the statement that Member Ngobeni made, it's a very important statement. It's part of what we assist with, just to make sure that we do something that is just beyond words in terms of eliminating the accruals, because of the power that they have to reduce the value of the budget that we presented at the beginning of the year. I think the point has been made that 1.2 billion has been collected in the first quarter of the financial year. This is against the 8.3 billion that we have set as a target in the current financial year. Of course, the focus, I think, for Treasury, it's not necessarily even just focusing on what has been collected, but even those that are owing us. It's a very difficult conversation. I think I was listening very carefully about the conversation that we had last night with municipalities about amounts that we are owing them, and we have to pay municipalities. But the slide that we are also then showing indicates money that municipalities are also then owing us. I think this is just in the revenue. Yes, I think so there is work as well, I think, that we are focusing on in terms of just then recovering monies that municipalities are owing us. So we are really just then showing here, I think, is the same information that I've showed earlier. And then this is just then the overall performance. So if you look at the numbers at a very high level, and of course this becomes important, especially when people really monitor our own performance to say, how have we performed? If you use a straight line projection, we've spent 25%, which is what is expected, at least for the first quarter. But we don't really just then look at these numbers at a face value. We always unpack them and look at areas where we are not doing well with the aim of improving, so that by then the end of the financial year, Chairperson, you've made the point, and it's a very important point, that there is a story behind the numbers. So what impact are we making? We don't want to do that assessment at the end of the year or at the end of the financial year. So even then, during every quarter, we really want to be able really to correlate these numbers to the actual services that have been delivered on the ground. Typical of departments, you know, we end the year with underspending. I mean, we ended the previous financial year with an underspending of about 1.9 billion. But you can see already it's in their system to always project to overspend. So end of quarter one, that is what they were already projecting, 1.4 billion rand. Based on the situation that we find ourselves in the current financial year, we don't have any room for overspending. And of course, we are also equally opposed to underspending. So I think in the previous financial year, I think the Premier was also very, very clear that he does not have any tolerance level for underspending. So I think as we come even to the committee, it's important for us that we are able really to also say we are on the side of the Premier in terms of zero tolerance for underspending. But we are also on the side of the MEC of Finance in terms of zero tolerance for overspending, because we don't have then the money to be funding things that are not in the budget. So this is just then really to give details, to unpack the reasons. I think GDE and health, these are the biggest receptions of the 172 billion rand that was allocated to provincial departments. If you just look at the spending for education, you can already tell with the 26% spent in Q1 that their budget is under tremendous pressure. And that tremendous pressure in the main comes from the 2.1 billion accruals that increased by 100% if you compare with the previous financial year. So that is really the point that we are already making. Spending in compensation of employees is also really posing a major risk, and we have seen, even with the behavior that we have not approved of as a provincial treasury, when we saw them even advertising posts that they do not have money for. So by the time we come and report on the performance of the next quarter, what the committee will not know is the steps, the active steps that Treasury will have taken to be able to prevent problems even before they translate into expenditure. So those are some of the things that we see, and there are things that have been done at the level of accounting officer and even at the level of the executive authority. Gauteng Department of Health, we are also just then reflecting, I think, on their performance. The details are out there. So they are also sitting really with quite a lot of accruals, and that really puts a lot of pressure in their budget. So I'm just really reflecting, I think, on these two biggest, the largest share of our budget goes into these two departments. But we are really providing, I think, as an insight into what is then really happening in all these areas. Yes, I think the next big area is the compensation of employees. 105 billion rands is allocated. Mr. Nsane was asking when we were presenting at the beginning of the year our APP targets, and he was asking a question of then really saying, but you have removed the target of a ceiling, to say departments must spend less than 60% of their must not exceed 60% of their budget on COE. So I was indicating to him then that already in the current financial year, we have breached the ceiling. We are slightly over. And our attitude as a treasury is that we will still not be happy to see this area growing beyond 60%. The reason why we do that is because we do not want to see this area crowding out the delivery programs. So look at our total budget, it's 172. And of the 172 billion, already 105 is on compensation of employees. So if we become I wanted to use ill-discipline, but if we become really relaxed in managing this area of our budget, then we will end up just reducing this province into a salary-paying province. And that will have a very devastating effect in the country as a whole. So that is where we are, and we are very much committed to make sure, and we have discouraged even those departments that have demonstrated signs of wanting to exceed what is allocated. So these are the top 10 goods and services that we are also monitoring. So about 26 billion of the 34 billion rands it's sitting on this category. So the point I have made earlier to say if 105 of the 178 is on compensation, how much is then spent on the core programs. So goods and services is already sitting at 34 billion. So if we allow that, the share of compensation of employees to grow, it's going to squeeze to death the goods and services budget. Conditional grants, we were very pleased in the previous financial year, really, that we were able to spend, and we will be coming back now that even the audit has been finalized. We will be coming back to the legislature to roll over whatever that was committed in the previous financial year. But we were very pleased that if you look at the trend, for a longest of time, we were retaining quite a lot of money, substantial amount of money back to National Treasury. But if you look at last year, the amount, it's a very, very negligible amount that was not committed by departments. So end of quarter one, 20.6% had been spent. We were still lagging behind, and we are monitoring then this, and when we come back for quarter two, we trust that we will be able really to present a story that is convincing in terms of the utilization of the money that is allocated for conditional grants. The other area of performance is on entities. So about 4.8 billion rand is allocated to entities, and most of those entities they report under economic development, and this is really then the percentage. Again, as I said, we are able to see the signs very early because time is not lost at the end of the financial year, but it is lost at the beginning of the year. So we see signs that must make us to be very much concerned in our monitoring of then the budget. The other area that is receiving a lot of attention, it's infrastructure. Quarter one, only 15% had been spent, and again, MEC introduced a concept really of an improved oversight. So July 11th, we conducted, together with him, and even the Premier became part of that, when we visited one of the projects in the Department of Health, and you can already see the numbers for quarter one, that health has already spent about 33%. It's already a sign of a budget that is already under a lot of pressure. And that is as a result of then the accruals. So we are not just then sitting in our boardrooms as a Treasury team, but we are also going out. Even next week, Thursday, even at the level of the Executive Authority, we will be going out to conduct site visits, so that whatever we see in the numbers, at least we are able to then correlate that to what is happening on the ground. And as a Treasury, we also just then gain insight in the dealings of then the department, and on how they are utilizing the resources. Again, I'm just then touching, I think, on the point, Chairperson, that we have raised very, very sharply of the impact. So us really going out, it's part of the program. It's an intentional, I mean, the MECs, it's very intentional, and the HOD in leading us to say, what is then the impact of this 1.9 billion that we are reporting in numbers. So that is when now where we are able to then compare the financial information with the delivery on the ground. And where we see problems, as it has happened even in the month of August, where certain matters needed even to be brought to the attention of the Executive Authority, that has been done through our own MEC, and where proposals were made by the Treasury to be able really to solve some of the problems that we see. That has also then been done post the quarter one report. So these are the details per department, infrastructure department, in terms of the issues that we see, and then in terms also of then the corrective measures that needs to be taken, so that by the time we get into November, when we make adjustments to the appropriation bill that was tabled on the 3rd of June, we are not just then doing that on the basis of what departments are telling us, but we will have also collected enough data to really apply ourselves and make sure that the money is spent on things that we're supposed to be spending money on. So the slide that I am just presenting now speaks to the level of commitments. So this is the work that our branch, provincial supply chain branch, provincial supply chain basically does to monitor the commitments. So we believe really that if we have a handle of what happens in the supply chain management, the acting branch head, even during the break, was just then indicating to me, even really just then the importance of us even being aware even of the variation orders that departments approve. Yes, the law empowers them, but we need to become aware, you know, at the right time as a provincial treasury, so that if their variation orders are more than what is available, we are able to then really stop that. So by so doing, then we will then be able to minimize or reduce and actually even eliminate the level of accruals by the end of the financial year. So we were just then really showing what we see in the system in terms of the level of commitments. Chairperson, then I think as I finished in this presentation, we then now look at the 30 days, the compliance, that at the end of quarter one, 7 of the 15 departments had achieved 100% compliance, and then infrastructure development results are 85%, when then the client departments are then excluded. So this is the ID implementing on behalf of then the other departments. Payments exceeding 30 days at the end of quarter one. Of course, you know, this changes from one quarter to another, but it leads us to the end of the financial year. So it is important for us then to be able to monitor, and we were really just then pleased, I think, in quarter one to really just then see even health improving to 80%. You know, even as we're sitting here, our teams in the office, they were also seized with the issues that are affecting this area even on this day. So we are just really reflecting, I think, on the performance of the department. So you can then see, I think, the performance is almost similar, even when you then look at the townships suppliers. So the performance, I think, for quarter one, even for the Department of Health, was not really exemplary. I think the 34%, and then it then has an effect, even if you then overlook at the overall picture for the end of the quarter, where we were at 54%, and then you can see exactly where then that comes from, and then 90% if you then exclude the Department of Health. On 15 days, again, you are able to then see the low percentages, and then they will bring down the overall performance of the province to about 26%. in this case, and about 67% overall. In terms of then the township suppliers, end of Q1, again, the numbers are not really looking good. One major department there, 24% health. And then you can then see as well if education is looking at, at 61%. So it's not surprising that when you then do the aggregate and then you look at the overall performance and you find that it's not where it's supposed to then be. So this is just basically then the conclusion in terms of, I think, the points that have been made on the work on own revenue. With the pressure that we have, we need to be able really to bring results of all the interventions that we are making as a province around revenue enhancement initiatives. And then, as I said, overall 25% we are on par, but then the unpacking is still then required so that we don't start praising ourselves when there is a lot of room for us to improve. Our aim is to do well at the end even of then the financial year. So that's really how we have performed at the end of Q1, and then COE, tight controls have been implemented, including issuing instruction notes. I think at the end of, end of July, HOD Treasury has taken that drastic step. And she has not been so popular among her colleagues of accounting officers. But it has been necessary. So those steps were even effective as from the 1st of August. So those are concrete steps that I was talking about, Chairperson, so that there is order and there is discipline as far as the spending is concerned. Conditional grants, 21% room for improvement, and I've reflected as well on infrastructure. Again, instruction notes have been also issued, empowered by Section 18 of the PFMA, so that we are able as a Treasury to maintain the fiscal discipline, the level of commitments, and the need for us to really make sure that we control this area in terms of procurement, so that by the end of this year, we don't have departments that are going to commit beyond what they have in the budget. And I'm sure we will still have more time, or even another presentation that is just going to look at the payment, the performance of the departments against 30 days. Thank you very much, Chairperson and HOD.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Members, do you have any comments, questions of clarity? Okay, Member Ngobeni. I think the other members are already on their way to Japan.
That's lucky.
Member Ngobeni.
May they bring us gifts wherever they go. Because Chairperson, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. I must agree with you that the finances of the province, they do look stable. Particularly if you look at the headline figures, you are convinced that the province is doing well. But if you actually dig deep, you see some of the problems that you have highlighted yourself, and I'm glad that the HOD is putting foot down as well. We will talk later on the issue of commitments and accruals, but that's one of the big issues, in my view, that that really it's making all the good that the finances demonstrate. It takes something out of that. The issue of that you highlighted of COEs. What I don't understand is the education department going ahead and doing as they wish without consulting the Treasury in terms of hiring. I hope that's where you are putting your foot down, HOD, because that cannot be allowed. If there's a need, I think the MECs need to engage at that level to bring order in terms of that issue. And of course, you know, the health department continues to direct the province down. Singularly, that department is really bringing the entire provincial government down. I don't know, Chair, what's going to happen, but you will see even when we deal with the two reports that are coming, that this is the single biggest worry financially for the department. I just want to check, and by the way, talking about the health department, we have posed a question to the MEC in regards to revenue generation, because I've also noted that it's one of the departments that is not performing in terms of collecting what is due to the government. They are spending a lot of money on illegal foreign patients, illegal people that come to our country and exploit our clinics and hospitals. There is a SADC protocol apparently that was signed and all that, but even that protocol doesn't say people must you know, abuse our health system. So we're spending a lot of money there. We are not collecting and all those things. So, but also the transport department, HOD, it's recently where we gave them extra budget to fix traffic lights. The G20 is coming, and we said let's give them extra budget to do that. But they've got a potential to generate a lot of money for the province, and we don't see that in coming through. I don't know how far can the GPT go in terms of really getting all the revenue generating departments to account on what is happening there. I mean, there's a number of them. Department of Economic Development has the gambling board. I mean, recently they were telling us that they rely on SAPS to do their raids at illegal, you know, gambling centers, and SAPS is not coming on board to assist them. So we are saying to them they need to knock at the Premier's door. The Premier is in charge of community development, community safety. And there is a municipal sort of law enforcement that was introduced. So it's not an excuse, you know. And it was amazing that when we proposed that, they said, oh yes, we can actually do that, which is something that really shows that department that has capacity to generate revenue, they are not assisting the province, and we think it needs to be looked at so that we don't allow that to happen. I think those are the four things really that I wanted to mention. The issue of overspending. And you will see the culprits are the same, and the issue of the ballooning commitments. It's something that I've highlighted. The health department that continues to to get us into a fiscal collapse. It's something that really I'm sure my colleagues are having sleepless nights about it, because it can actually mess up the entire good work that they are doing if this is not arrested. So, Chair, those are the inputs I have. As I said, the finances are looking good. The figures are telling us that. If you dig down, you actually see that there are challenges that need to be arrested, and that can only be arrested with, the HOD putting a foot down, but also a political will from the executive head, the MEC, also assisting in terms of ensuring that people are being held accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Member Ngobeni. Let me also welcome the presentation and the work that you are doing as a department. Yes, I think Member Ngobeni has really emphasized on some of the glaring issues, and I think as a committee, HOD, we are commending you for putting your foot down. I think that needs to happen. The issue of the recruitment or filling of positions in the GPT is not engaged on that. I think, yes, you must continue to put steps. I'm concerned that, why would, there be over spending projections on community safety? That falls under the Premier. As the head, I think he shouldn't be allowing that, but maybe there are valid reasons. But yes, I think the monitoring for me, it's important. It must continue. I wanted to make a comment on the accruals, but I think when we get to that point, we will do that. But it does seem like, and that's the reason why we are having this FIS study. And today we are going to focus on, it's because we can really clearly see as the committee that if that is not arrested, the turnaround of the Department of Health has a risk, on the fiscus of Gauteng. That's my comment. I don't have really questions on this, but I'll allow the HOD and team. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair and member, on the questions. Yes, Member Ngobeni, the commitments, maybe you can live with them, but the accruals, they really, destroy the value or our purchasing power, because already it means you've taken the money of the following financial year, because how we've coined it is that it becomes the first charge to your budget, whatever is your accrual. And we have indicated, basically, we have made sure that departments in the first quarter, they, instead of bringing on board new commitments, but the monies they have should be towards paying the previous year's accruals. Firstly, as an issue of just prudent financial management, but also looking at the very same suppliers that we're saying we're trying to support. If we do not pay them, then the business is as good as nothing. So yes, definitely we're looking at that. The issue of the Department of Education, yes indeed. So even if departments don't come to us, which is what is ideal, but our teams, they monitor, the websites, DPSA. That's how we picked up these adverts, which, the adverts for the Department of Education, which were, when you calculate the cost, it was a huge amount. And we immediately notified the accounting officer that they need to desist and not continue, and we made sure that this is something that is taken to EXCO in terms of our reporting of the finances. So we also look outside, do our own monitoring outside of what the departments report to us. So we definitely are looking at that. And at the end of the day, as you've indicated, the responsibility of healthy finances resides with the province, with the Treasury, because when there is no money, everybody will be looking at the Treasury. So we're looking at that. As Mr. Vilakazi has indicated, that we've issued a number of instruction notes just to deal with this matter. On the 16th of September, for example, we are zooming into the area of infrastructure because we feel that, sometimes you'll see that the budget has been finished, but the service delivery on the ground is not necessarily reflective of the fact that you've spent the budget. So we are pushing the concept of value for money. So we've issued an instruction note that on the 16th of September, we will be workshopping to the accounting officer, because we're putting a lot of controls. As Mr. Vilakazi indicated, that those are some of the areas that have not made me the most popular, because you receive comments like you are crippling us, but we are not crippling them. We are just bringing them, we need to get to the concept of value for money, because if we just watch and say, these departments, oh, it's good, they are spending, but what are they spending? What is the quality of spending that we're talking about? So it's not just about that. We are zooming deep into that. Department of Health, indeed, it is a department that is, when it comes to their finances, they really are not looking great. Yesterday with the MEC, we did a benchmarking exercise to visit a private hospital group, just for us to understand how a typical hospital is run. Yes, we are finance people, but we're not necessarily experts in health. So we're trying to augment our own team with health expertise because in that space, when you want to stop something, what quickly comes up is that people are going to die. And we need to get to a point of knowing what will make people die and what will not make people die, because not everything, when it doesn't happen, it means people will die. But because we're not health experts, it's not easy to stand your ground. So basically, it's about understanding what is happening in that space from a procurement point of view, issues of your inventory management and the likes. So it's a benchmarking exercise that we truly believe it's going to help us a long way in terms of how we manage the Department of Health. The Department of Transport, yes, indeed, member, it is our biggest contributor in terms of the revenue that we generate as a province, and it is important that we closely monitor what happens in there as far as the collection is concerned. At this point in time, they're not collecting as we would like them to be, but we are in continuous engagements with them to ensure that they do not lag behind, because if you do not collect from your creditors on a monthly basis, when they look at the big amount now, when you come in after 6 months, you definitely, the chances of you recovering the whole amount becomes, it's actually diminished, the probability of you collecting all those amounts. But what we'll also like to indicate is that we have a revenue enhancement strategy that is due to go to EXCO. So I think by the time, depending on when eventually EXCO will sit, then we could be in a position to share what this is about. So it talks to the aspects of, especially what you were talking about, debt collection, which is also linked to one of the indicators where we're saying we're establishing a debt collecting panel. How we look at this, because we know we don't have money to pay service providers, but it's about what fee can we pay them so a percentage of what they collect, then that is what they will be paid through, rather than us using the funds directly from our budgets to do the collection in this regard. Overspending projections, we do not like seeing that, and I think by end of Q3 last year, we were sitting at almost 4 billion, departments projecting to overspend. But we do not take it lightly, as much as by the end of the financial year we did underspend. But we can see that sometimes this department's way of trying to look for more money in trying to do that overspending. But then that is something that we shun against because it messes up the planning as well. So we do not encourage, we don't brush it aside lightly and say, no, it's their ploy to try and get more money. But what is important to us, they need to manage their finances properly, because if the whole process of financial management, it starts with the budgeting. So if your budgeting is not done properly, then it's likely that the rest of the processes, the actual expenditure and the reporting will be affected. But we watch that very closely, because the minute you have those projections, we know that we're piloting also a process that can block the budget to a certain extent. It's a project that we are conceptualizing and dealing with. But yes, indeed, Chair, I think the aspects that you've spoken on, Member Ngobeni, are very important. And I think your last comment was about accountability. Holding people accountable for their actions, and if change is not seen, what is the next step? What kind, we can provide the information, but it's about us, looking at what other measures we can put in place, working, of course, with the Office of the Premier, because that is the ultimate office in terms of when accounting officers demonstrate dereliction of duty, then what is the next step in that regard? We did see Premier making some changes in about a month or so, which he did indicate it's about holding people accountable in that regard to some of the changes that he did. Chair, I think more than anything is just to appreciate the comments, because I think more than anything it was comments from your side on the work that we are doing, and more what we need to do, the issue of the commitments, because as much as the commitments, some of them related to multi-year projects that we're dealing with, but it's something that we need to know when new priorities are introduced, how much of the budget is actually already committed. So just because it's not an expenditure item at the present moment, but we need to be very clear in terms of what has been committed. So if and make sure that we do not overpromise things that it will be a challenge to deliver on. Mr. Vilakazi, I'm not sure if you'd like to add any comments.
No, HOD, thank you so much. I'm covered.
Sorry?
I'm covered, HOD. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD and members. Members, can we note the presentation?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you so much. Let's move then, HOD, to the next presentation on the interventions on the department's non-compliance with 30 days payment to service providers, and the support you've given. We requested this because we held a meeting with you on the 30th of August, where we received a presentation on what I've just alluded to. And then because you considered poor performance, on this department, so the MEC made a commitment that he would intervene in the Department of Health to ensure that there is compliance, and that's the reason why we are requesting this presentation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So we'll start with the 30-day payment report in terms of the performance of these departments, and then we'll go to the interventions and the impact. I think you can't separate the 30-day payment from the issues of the accrual, so we'll then move on to accruals and the medical legal claims, the second presentation.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you.
Chair. Mr. Mhlongo will be taking us through the presentation.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members, HOD, and as well as all the colleagues, let me say, all the protocol observed. So thank you, HOD. So this 30 days payment report, it is specific to specific departments that were requested by the committee for us to respond to. It will be based on the performance of these departments for the month of July. The quarter one was presented by DDG Vilakazi. So on slide 3, Chair, just an indication on the legislation that we all know that talks to the payment of suppliers within 30 days in terms of Treasury Regulation 8.2.3. That we need always to remind departments that they've got that obligation to ensure that we pay within 30 days. So looking at the departments that the committee asked about, is Department of Education, is Department of Health, is Human Settlement, as well as Infrastructure Department. So those are the ones that we'll be focusing on this presentation. So what we are doing as a province, we are implementing interventions to ensure that we deal with the accruals that are coming in from the departments. But mainly, as the HOD and DDG Vilakazi indicated, the major contributor, it is Department of Health. So looking at July performance for these three departments, HOD and Chair, if you look at Department of Health, I will not go back to the first 3 months. I think DDG Vilakazi already presented on that. When you look at the month of July, you've got 82% as the performance of Department of Health. You've got 95% for the Department of Education for that month. And when you look at DID, it's 100% on June and 97% in July for the department. However, what we have done for accuracy of reporting and looking at who is contributing to DID non-performance or regression, we have separated invoices that are from client departments as well as invoices that are only for Department of Infrastructure. Hence, you have those three there. So the first one is the one that indicates the overall performance for DID, and then you've got the second, the one in the middle is for the client departments in terms of performance. So if you include the client departments, it's 32%, it's 89%, and 98%, looking at those. So we are saying, Chair, a Department of Health is the one that is least performing when you're looking at the performance of at the end of July. However, if you look at the results, they improve overall if you were to look at taking out how the Department of Health have performed. Looking at Department of Education, they are sitting at 95% for the month of June and July. So it's an improvement from where they started in the financial year. The Department of Infrastructure, they have not processed payment in the month of April. I think it's safe to note that for the month of April, most departments they have experienced the issue of payments as a result of the SCOA implementation that was implemented by National Treasury. So what other departments have done, you look at Department of Human Settlement having 100% in this instance, is to ensure that they manage the invoicing process with their service providers. It's an issue of a communication, indicating that we're having a challenge at the moment with the SCOA. Then they request the service providers to submit the invoice when they are ready to be processed. So you find other departments have not done that. Service providers would have sent invoices with expectation that it is a business as normal in the month of April, where we had the the SCOA version 6 implementation in the entire country. So this is a problem that affected almost the entire country in terms of the implementation. It was not a smooth change. So hence some of them we're seeing that regression there. When you look at Department of Human Settlement, I've already indicated, and the chair can see that there's no issue in terms of the 30 days payment for this period that we are reporting for this department. Then the question that was asked by the committee for us to look at is to say what are the interventions that have been put by Gauteng Provincial Treasury to deal with these matters of non-compliance with 30 days. We are saying there, the first part of it is to indicate that yes, we had a SCOA version 6 implementation that affected many departments in terms of the processing payments in the month of April. So that's one of the reasons for that. However, we, as a province, I think because National Treasury is just a drive away, we managed to deal with a lot of problems that are there with National Treasury to ensure that it doesn't impact a lot in terms of the suppliers. As soon as they are ready, they were able to be processed during that month of April. So what we have done, we're constantly having meetings with National Treasury, with their developers, to ensure that all the problems that have been encountered during the implementation of SCOA, they are dealt with. So that was one of the interventions that we have done. Another thing that we have done is implementation of the new invoicing management system. The committee will be aware that we had a e-invoicing that we're using for some time. The one that we have now replaced with the invoice management system. So that's one of the interventions that are there to ensure that the invoices are processed on time and the departments are able to track their invoices. We have also extended our support in terms of our system, your BES as well as your SEP, to ensure that the department are having proper support and no problems in terms of the implementation or the processing of the invoices. On a monthly basis, we have intervention where we highlight to the department the challenges that they may be there so that we can be able to assist them. So those improve the results. As well as, Chair, the new invoicing management system, including your Power BI, your Microsoft Business Intelligence, those components are able to assist the departments for them to track the invoices where they are on a daily basis. So once the invoice is there, they can be able to track where the invoice is, whether it's cleared, it's ready for posting, it's ready for payment, or the invoice is sitting, it requires any attention. So it just takes seconds for them to be able to check that. Over and above that, they are able to check where, how many days. If they want to do a countdown, they can actually do a countdown themselves. How many days has been sitting, the invoice has been sitting in the system. So that report is assisting them. The Department of Health and Education, we have issued non-compliance invoices as well as part of our interventions, just to alert them that we're actually monitoring and putting interventions in place that they need to comply with 30 days. So the MEC have signed the non-compliance letters to the MECs of these departments to indicate that for this month you were not complying with the 30 days. So it's one of the interventions where through our HOD they have been implemented and MEC have signed them off. Another intervention is the issue on the accruals in ensuring that the department deal with the accruals by the plan was that by the end of the first quarter, all the accruals should be paid. But of course, that was dependent on cash availability. So that process is still ongoing, especially for the Department of Health. The last slide, Chair, it also continues with the interventions that we have implemented as a province. So one of it as well was to ensure that, as the MEC announced, that the accruals needs to be dealt with. That's one of the interventions that we've done. And we strengthened the financial management and compliance through ensuring that the procurement processes are aligned to what the departments have budgeted for. Because one of the challenges that we have realized that resulted into these accruals is that people will continue to procure over and above what they have been allocated for. So that is one of the areas that is coming out as an issue of intervention, to say you need to limit your procurement to what you have been allocated by the province. The next one in terms of the intervention, Chair, is to ensure that the accruals, as I indicated earlier, that there should be a first charge in terms of, it is common sense that if you have accruals, then you're moving to the next month. All of us as individuals, you know that the first charge will be what you owed last month. So we are re-emphasizing that point, that if you have accruals, you must know that you must first deal with accruals before you can actually deal with the new request that you may have in that specific period. Another intervention that we have put in place is to ensure that we have circulars that we have issued. So we have monitored as well the departments just to check how much have they paid on the accruals of the last financial year. So that bullet number 5, it talks to our tracking in terms of the percentage of payments of accruals. So if you look at education, they've paid 93% of the accruals, human settlement 100%, infrastructure 100%, and you have a Department of Health that is behind in terms of accruals for the obvious reasons that we know of the cash availability for the department. And on top of that, the accruals, it's almost 90% of the accruals of the province were from the Department of Health. Another intervention that we have looking at, Chair, is to continue to engage with the Department of Health to assist them in terms of their cash flow solutions that they need to be implementing to ensure that they deal with these accruals that are sitting there. GPT will also implement a cost containment and cutting strategies just to ensure that budget is prioritized. The budget have shrinked. It means even on how we spend as departments needs to reflect the same. So those are some of the things that we are implementing just to ensure that we manage the issues of accruals, we manage the overcommitments, as well as management of the escalation on the issue of the procurement plans that the departments may have. We need to have a realistic procurement plans. GPT is also with the use of the technology, ensuring that we need to be getting rid of these accruals that are ballooning in the departments. So our procurement processes, as well as our intelligence to analyze those, we need to be looking at. There is a development that is coming in that is still being developed for the lack of better way to call it budget blocking. What it means mainly there is that we are developing a system that will limit people or even block people from procuring from a line where you don't have budget, where you've already exhausted your money. Because if you don't do that, we're still running a risk of people continue to procure on items that they've already exhausted budget. So that needs to come in play, and then that will provide the departments as well as the accounting officers, if it's an item that is life-threatening, then there will be processes to look at that. The shift environments is still going to happen, but it will not allow anyone sitting, maybe if it's a Department of Health, sitting at the region or at the clinic or at the hospital to procure on an item that has already exhausted the budget. So those are some of the things that the province is coming with in terms of the implementation of interventions to deal with issues of payment within 30 days, but most importantly, to deal with accruals, because if we are unable to deal with issues of accruals, overcommitments, managing our procurement plans, we'll be sitting here for the next year, the entire term, still talking about the issues of non-payment within 30 days if we have not dealt with the root cause that result into the departments not being able to pay within 30 days. Thank you, HOD. I think I will stop here. The presentation stops here, ends here, HOD. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. So members, we dealt with two presentations in one. If there are any inputs or comments?
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
That was just, sorry
Just
to
on
interject.
invoices.
Yes, this was just overall for all accruals. We have a separate invoice that deals with the medical accruals, the health accruals, the medical legal claims. So I'm not sure if you'd like to take that and then we can deal with all of them.
Yes, let's do that. Let's take the presentation.
All right,
and
thank you
then
so much, Chair.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, no, thank you so much, HOD. So I'm gonna just then, it's a very short presentation, just then to look at our assessment of the things that we are picking up from the numbers that we look at. I think this slide basically looks at the trend. So this is over a period of 5 years. The the medical accruals specifically. So in 2020, that category was really just then sitting at about 163 million, and then we can then just then see then in the previous financial year the decline. So this is just then the share. Basically, if you do look at then the trend for accruals. So I think the information, I think we already have it, to say the problem is growing every year. So if you just then look at the numbers carefully, 2020 we were at 5 billion, and then 24, 25 we are at 8 billion. So that is really what then these numbers are basically just then saying. So in essence, I think the work that we have to be doing as a Treasury, I think it's just then really the unpacking of then the numbers. So if you look at the 8 billion as the latest number, what is then the source of then the numbers? And you'll notice really that the central hospitals are contributing a lot in the picture that we then see, but also then head office is also then really contributing. So those are some of the things really that that as we deal with this problem, we have to be able to really understand, and then be able to really just then go into the root cause. I mean, there are specific really questions that legislature has really asked in terms of the underlying factors contributing to the emergence and escalation of medical legal claims. And of course, I think as we have indicated what the numbers are and what our understanding is, we are the most populous province, and there is an ever-increasing demand for healthcare services compared to the supply side of things. So there is that disjuncture at this present moment. Member Ngobeni did even reflect on the pressure that foreign nationals even put on the system. So those are the realities, but it's not only just in the foreign nationals, but it's also people like myself who come from KZN. I'm also putting a lot of pressure in the health system. And that's a problem, because the equitable share, the money that is supposed to take care of me is in KZN. But I'm here. And the institutions must now then cater for me. And also really just then the problem of also how we make use of these limited resources. HOD did mention the work that they are leading together with the executive authority of really helping us to make sure that we don't pay more than what we're supposed to pay. So if you remember the numbers in the previous presentation that we made earlier, medicine and medical supplies, the numbers are very big. I think almost probably about 16 billion that we spent, or 8 billion probably. I can't remember exactly the number there. Just on those major items, they should be around, I think, 8 billion or so. So if we are able really to procure correctly that gap between the demand and the supply will then be reduced. The decaying infrastructure in our facilities is also contributing to the problem of medical legal equipment and personnel. They affect the care and the outcomes. So one of the areas, I'm sure HOT will also probably speak on that, because she's been also raising the issue even of then, the relationship between committed overtime and the need for us to hire more. Those who are in the system, obviously they are entitled. The policy permits them to claim for committed overtime. So these are issues that cause a lot of tension within the system. And if you go to health, obviously there's a lot of pressure groups, and they've got very strong voices. You can't ignore them even when they speak. But that's the point that we are even really just trying to make, Chairperson, really about the infrastructure, the medical equipment that is also failing, and how then all that is then contributing. So the other issue that the legislature had asked was then the role of poor financial and operational management in the accumulation of medicolegal accruals. So in our really view, as HOT said, really that we are obviously educating ourselves. We are doing our own research in terms of really just then understanding these issues. But one of the things really that we believe that is contributing to the situation really is the shortage of well-trained health professionals in critical areas such as gynecology, neonatal care, theatre, surgical ward, which really compromise. So private sector, I think, really takes a lot of people, I think, in these areas, better working conditions. So that is really the view. The delays in providing urgent care due to limited capacity and slow response time. Yes, my own nephew was involved in an accident, and just because of the time it took in Bloemfontein, by the time we arrived in Bloemfontein, doctors had already made a decision to amputate his leg. So when you get into contact with these realities, and even when I arrived there, in just then talking to the doctors, it was purely because of the delay in him being operated, because he was there for a very long time without any operation. So by the time they now needed to do then the operation, then the blood in that particular area where he was injured was already contaminated with a lot of things that if they didn't do it, was then going to go straight to the heart and he was going to die. So those are the issues. Bupulong Hospital, that's where he was admitted. So negligence, of course, there are those cases linked to staff fatigue, poor supervision, and overburdened personnel. It's things I think that we all know that we believe they contribute to such. What are the effects of accruals on the utilization and management of funds? I think the point has been made that 8 billion is not backed by cash. last week, Wednesday, HOT sent me to make a presentation on her behalf at the Ex-Kollegutla. And one of the points that was being made by the Premier was, Treasury, you need to look at the cash management. You know, departments are saying they are not able to pay on time because you don't give them. You know, and the point that obviously people then don't appreciate that when 8 billion is taken by accruals, then the department is forced to remain on what is remaining. I mean, on the cash that is, on what is the cash that is remaining. We receive cash from National Treasury on a weekly basis. The first 2 weeks, yes, we receive 2 tranches. And then we don't get anything on the 3rd week, and then we receive the 2 on the 4th, on the last week. So for us to remain liquid, we have to manage that on behalf of departments, because departments will always want to pay. And the problem really that we experience as Treasury is that even though they are aware that their budget is less by 8 billion in the case of health, but they will still want to buy as if they did not start with a negative balance. So that's an issue, really, I think, that we are then forced to manage, I think, on our side. So we are always really then managing, I think, then the issue of monitoring in that particular space, and then issues of fiscal and administrative intervention by then by Treasury, of course, with the limited resources, as we are indicating that in the previous financial year we had allocated about 300 million towards the settlement of medicolegal claims, and we had obviously earmarked those funds with the hope really that that challenge will then be addressed. Of course, we have heard the Minister of Finance when he was tabling his third version of the budget, indicating that we do have the provincial earmarked allocations, unallocated funds. So we don't have really at this stage the details. We don't have the breakdown of those amounts. So in the adjustment budget, this committee will be the first to know about how much is that will flow to Gauteng specifically. But we are not really just then thinking that money will then be a solution to this problem. Because even if we can allocate 16 billion to the Department of Health, if the root causes are not addressed, even that 16 billion will just then disappear, because it's like a black hole. This thing of accruals, I mean, that's just how we look at it. So what is the effect on annual budget allocations? I think the point has been really made about how they distort then the allocations, because we end up really just then paying based on the court instructions. And the point has really been made how then that really reduced then the purchasing power. Long-term sustainability and achievement of the outcomes. So we believe really that this cannot continue, and we need to be able really I think, take a stance. I think we believe as a Treasury that the climate is right for the province to do something about this situation, because we are dealing with it at a time when we are even honoring other obligations like e-tolls. We've paid almost over 50% of that debt. It was very difficult and hard decisions were made in preparation for the 2025 MTF, and other hard decisions will have to be made as we are preparing for the 2026. In the meeting with the MEC on the 15th of August, he gave us a very clear guideline in terms of how we deal with the preparation for 2026. So he says, look, let's just make sure that we deal with this accrual story once and for all in the current financial year. So we've been obviously monitoring the numbers in terms of how much have we paid in the current financial year, how much is outstanding, and then we are working very closely with PSCM so that on the side of then the commitments, we don't permit, at least in the current financial year, departments to be able to commit beyond what is available. So these are practical things that we'll have to do, but it's going to really, really come with a lot of pain, because it means really that there are departments that will not be able to then commit. Money will probably then get finished even before the end of the financial year. And services could also then be affected for a short period of time. I mean, the same way we were able to swallow this frog called e-toll. It's been a difficult process, but it was necessary. So these are three numbers that are going to define the 2026 MTF. It's accrual for us to just face this monster in the eye and deal with it once and for all. The second thing, it's the 10.8 billion that is still outstanding on the e-toll side. And the last one, it's how we are also going to reorganize our finances as the current concessionaire for Gauteng is coming to an end. So these are three big numbers. So if we succeed to navigate around this time that we are in, then yes, I believe that we will be able to address this particular problem. What are the effects of accruals on funding of earmarked allocations? So yes, I think this just speaks to the 5-year budget strategy. I mean, we took a very hard stance even in the current year, because our budget deficit was around 3.2 billion. And through those hard decisions, we were able to present to the legislature what we call a balanced budget. So that was informed by the 5-year budget strategy that we had to adopt at the beginning of the 7th administration. So other matters, I think I have already touched on them. The principle of then this being a first charge, I think that has also then be, and of course I think the negative effects. The effects on medicolegal accruals on the PFMA, yes, I've already spoken about what we had already allocated. And yes, those things that are not budgeted for, and how then these medical legal claims become immediately payable via the court orders, and then the fiscal and administrative intervention. So, but I think the main point really was just on the percentage, especially if you look at then the share. I think in slide number 4. Of what is then this share of the medical legal accruals as a percentage of the overall. So you can then see that the numbers are very small. I mean, almost in the previous financial year, it was 0.8%. But then the problem is on these other accruals to then say, what is then the source? And I think the study that the legislature and the committee has conducted should even then go beyond now medico-legal to be able to understand why do we have a big number, almost 2 billion, sitting at head office. Why is head office not paying? And then the need for us to go even to the central hospitals and be able even there to put a ceiling. HOD, I think, made the point earlier when she was saying really that, at times, officials will really just manipulate everyone and just play on the emotional side of them, saying everything in health is critical. If you don't do this, people will die. Whereas the very same people are actually buying things that are inflated, and that contributes to the accruals that we see. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DDG. Members, can we engage on the presentations? I'll start with Member Evans and then Ngobeni. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, DDG, for the presentation. I have a few concerns as well as questions. On slide 5, you're saying the increasing demand for healthcare services compared to supply constrained services. Let's stop there. And your second point is insufficient infrastructure, equipment, and personnel results in delay in care and poor patient outcomes. I want you to listen to that. That from the basis of medical legal claims. As an ex-nurse, nursing was a profession to be very, very proud of, whether you were a registered nurse or an auxiliary nurse. It was a profession that we all loved, and we looked forward to going to work the next day, no matter what happened or waited for us in the wards. It used to be a profession to be proud of. Today we can't say the same, because all our medical facilities, not the private ones, but public ones, provincial ones, are overcrowded. Our nurses are tired. I didn't work this hard those years when I did nursing. I seriously didn't, but we worked hard. We were not just nurses, sir. We were everything, cleaners, everything. But today's nurses must only concentrate on nursing. They can only concentrate on nursing. They cannot do the extras that we've done because of the overcrowding in our facilities. Now, my question is, these medical legal claims, how many of them are from foreign nationals, illegal foreign nationals for that matter? How many people are us as the people on the ground paying them for their claims? How many of them are on the system? Did anybody ever look at it that way? Negligence, also on the same slide. Negligence cases linked to staff fatigue. I don't blame the nurses. I don't. These guys are overworked. They are overworked. And then outdated or unavailable machinery and equipment that reduces the ability of clinicians to provide safe and timely interventions. Why is money not made available? Guys, you know, you will walk into a clinic or a hospital with a headache and you think for yourself, what's the cause of this headache? How did it start? When did it start? How long will it last? All these funny questions for a simple headache. And then you don't have equipment to ensure people get decent medical treatment. Why is there a delay in buying, purchasing these life-saving equipment? And it doesn't matter if it's a pulmonometer or a thermometer. It's a life-saving equipment, because we would not know what someone's temperature is without a proper thermometer. On slide 7, the Gauteng Treasury proposes a review of clinical departments with the highest concentration of medico-legal claims, particularly obstetrics, gynecology. If only our departments pays our people and allow them once again to be proud of their profession, we will not have a shortage of professional nurses, staff nurses, auxiliary nurses. We will not have that. You're answering yourself when you say addressing shortages of skilled personnel in modernizing machinery. You're answering yourself in that. I don't even know why it's on the slide. Departments were required to settle accruals. Couldn't say that as a first charge. And to reduce the 2025-26 procurement plans accordingly. You've answered yourself there again. It doesn't make sense. Where there's no money. We can't buy food in a house when we don't have a 20 rand to contribute. Seriously. It has a negative impact on service delivery, since it reduces funds set aside for the achievement of the 25-26 service delivery targets. Once again, your 20 rand per household. I mean, really. It's said that our medical professionals must suffer the consequences because there's no money. Personally, I will not advise anyone to become a nurse in this era. I will not, because our people are overworked. They are tired, they cannot concentrate, they make mistakes. Therefore, the legal claims against the department. Take our people serious, please, please, please. And if we can get how many illegal foreigners has these claims, I'd be very, very happy. I thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Member Evans. Maybe just also to redirect some of the comments members as we make. Remember, we're doing this research. It's a research study. Information that we would have wanted the GPT to have made their own assessment on why the Department of Health would be having these medico-legal claims. Now, the reason why they are also responding to us is that trying to say, this is the observation we've made and what's happening in Department of Health. So the questions that we would be asking now would really, GPT will not be able to respond. They are opening our eyes on what are the matters that we need to look into. So it means the Department of Health would need to respond on that. I just thought maybe I should just step in there. Member Ngobeni?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks very much for the presentation. I think you are right. It gives us a perspective and on how serious these issues are, and how far they go in terms of taking money away from service delivery to the courts, basically. 300 million that could have gone into fixing an informal settlement somewhere it's going to the court to defend. So it's a serious problem. But I'm also glad, Chair, that the department did present some of the interventions that are there. You know, circulars that have been sent, the system upgrades, even these allocations of 300 million to try and deal with these things. But I think colleagues will agree with me that most of these interventions are reactive. They are not assisting us to stop the new accruals, because the new accruals are, as we sit here, they are being developed there in departments. But also there's also a lack of accountability mechanisms as well, because repeat offenders like the Department of Health are getting away with murder day after day, and so forth. So Chair, I was here thinking, and colleagues can also help, with their technical know-how. When the Auditor General started highlighting the issue of the UIFW sharply, and he started making headlines, and eventually the AG was given even more teeth later on. It was because this issue was now really starting to sink into our mind as taxpayers, as communities, to realize that money is actually getting lost that's supposed to go. So this issue of accruals and even commitments, HOD, it's starting to become the same issue as we had with the UIFW. And what is now an advantage for us is that there is a framework, a robust UIFW framework that is there, which maybe we need to tap into it. We need to look at this framework, how we are dealing with the UIFW. As we all know, UIFW is tracked, is reported, is investigated. It's acted on mostly quarterly basis, right? As I said earlier on, there are binding Treasury instructions. There's clear consequence mechanisms that are there in that framework. People get to be referred to SCOPA. There's disciplinary action. There's audit committees. Colleagues, there's a framework that I'm suggesting that we consider adopting for commitments and accruals, because they are equally damaging. And if we are not going to do anything about them, and we just leave it to the steps that we have taken, as important as the steps that we've taken, but they are not going to go a long way. So I'm challenging all of us, and Chair, and as members of this committee and officials, and to look at how we really can use that framework to bring it to our commitments and accruals. Let's have quarterly reports and disclosures. Those reports must be able to tell us what was the opening balance of these accruals, what are the new commitments, and how much money has been paid, and so forth. There must be escalations where things are not happening, and compliance is ignored. It's a whole study, Chair, I think, that can be done there, on how we can be able to take that framework of UIFW and just customize it for accruals and commitments. And I'm sure if we can be able to do that, we'll start seeing people taking these issues seriously, because the challenge is not here in this department. The challenge is there in implementing agencies and departments that are running with this cost that are just spiraling up and all that. So, you know, I really want to suggest that we do so, and we see where that takes us. If it fails, we will have tried. But I'm afraid, looking at what we currently have and the interventions that we are implementing now, I don't see us going very, very far in terms of stopping those ones that are still coming. We might be able to pay some of them now, remove them, reduce the number, but it's not going to be significant. That's my input, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Member Ngobeni. Let me also appreciate the presentation from the DDG. I think I also want to delve on what Member Ngobeni said. I think maybe the department just must be able to respond on the suggestion that he has just made. The issue on the new accruals. HOD, you've mentioned that you are doing a study benchmarking and you've been able to go to a private hospital. Currently, as we sit, there is legal attorneys and counsels that are in the High Court now. They're on a 20 days trial. It's people that I know who are defending the Department of Health on a medical negligence case. So it means it's also going to be a new accrual. Now, this team is saying they would want to come to the legislature and be able to advise on what exactly, they've observed on why there are these medical legal claims. It's something that I thought maybe I should mention. And if you are interested to also maybe, because we are sitting with other experts, medical, and then maybe the legal experts as well, who are defending the state on this, can be able to also assist. So if it's something you want to tap in, yeah. Now, secondly is the DDG on slide 4. We've observed that the medical legal claims would have been lesser than the total accruals. And it's true. I think it's something that we will need to have details on, on the total accruals. At least this, it's not also in vain, because at least now it has given us an eyesight on what, is involved in terms of the medical legal claims. So it's one part, and this is the second part. So it's something that we will have to do and continue to do. What we've also observed is that the presentation that was made, I think last year on the 25th of August 2024, by the Department of Health and the SIU on these medical legal claims, it was about over 24 billion. So there is that discrepancy with the information that we would have been provided with and with what they would have presented. Maybe we must just check why is it so that we are able to understand what is happening and where they, in terms of the amount, the value of the amount, and also how many cases. So that discrepancy needs to be looked into. I'll hand over to you. Yeah, I think we're almost at the end, so that we can have lunch. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair and the members for the comments.
So, sorry, Judy, sorry. There's a point that I forgot to also maybe bring, when I was talking about the legal team that is in the court. What is amiss, I think, some of these, what you call, the invoices, our own officials or officials in hospitals are also are very, in terms of they're contributing to UIFW. It's something that I think, if Member Ngobeni is saying it, because at some point, they had an appointment to meet with the CEO, of the case that they are currently representing. They flew all over the country, it's medical experts, legal people, and whatever, only to get to the hospital that morning. And I told the CEO, he said, no, I'm not available. Yet they made arrangements. Now, they were going to claim, their own fees because they prepared, towards the case and all that. They flew, accommodation and all that. So all that I'm saying is it's such things that we really need to look into. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the members for the questions, the comments, and I think the advice as well in terms of us working together and trying to come up with a solution. Indeed, Member Ngombeni, prevention is the key, because it's not only about money, but it's also about the loss of life or the quality of life that the claimants eventually have, where it could have been avoided. All those are not ideal. I think the money part, yes, it states resources becomes secondary, but some of these malpractices, they rob people of life, which we can never even be rectified by the claims that we honor. So issue of quality management in the hospitals and unpacking what are the issues, as some have already been highlighted in our presentation, as with the little knowledge that we've gathered with our interaction with the Department of Health, is the first prize for us as a department. I think for me, most of the comments were more advisory than they were questions, and we welcome, the issue of the framework. Indeed, the UIFW framework is very clear what needs to happen, and if we can take this to the same to the same level, because in essence, when you look at accruals, as much as we didn't pay, we're talking about some form of unauthorized expenditure. It's just that the expenditure didn't happen. So when we're looking at it, we should look at it with that set of eyes. But then it's not gonna, we will need to have a separate framework that deals with commitments and these accruals. And because when we want to implement, we will be challenged that it's not unauthorized because the money was not spent. So definitely, indeed, accruals framework is something that we welcome, and I think we'll also start looking at what that means and how can we come up with something similar. And also tapping, as the portfolio committee is also undertaking their own studies, tapping onto the outcomes of your process in terms of also beefing up. This issue of this group of legal experts and medical experts, I think that is going to be a very interesting case study for us to unpack, what really happened and what were the findings. So it's something that is really of interest to us, and if it is something that we can partake in, to probably send some of our colleagues to attend, the case proceedings, or just get the information. What's nice is that at least court papers become public documents unless they are sealed. But I think it will be interesting to have Treasury observing this whole thing, because it might be argued from the point of view, from a legal point of view, but for us it's like a repository for finance people and understanding the environments, or lack of a better word, the budget and the commodities that we are managing. And as you're talking about how some of the officials, their behavior could have compromised this process, in mind what comes up is that last month we had I don't even want to call it an anniversary, maybe a remembrance of one of our own that we lost as a result of what is happening in the Department of Health, Ms. Babita Dekoran, and what we uncovered out of the Tembisa Hospital. So that is just a tip of the iceberg of what is happening in there. It's what has come to the fore. But we do appreciate that they are also over and above the fact that there's glaring issues of the pressures, the volumes that go through our hospitals, you know, not matching the supply of the resources that are supposed to deal with the demand, as the presentation by Mr. Vilakazi indicated. But there are also aspects of it that are man-made, you know, which a different approach needs to come with that, because we might think by availing the budget we've solved our problems, but we know that there are other aspects that you know, are created that also compromise the system in their own. I think the details, as you've indicated, some of them who wouldn't have, but it's also maybe just a point of view that we have a look at as a department, because it's important to know that as much as our budget is being cut because the census didn't give us, you know, there were errors in the data that we received, but over and above that, who are we servicing? You know, who are we servicing, and what is the impact thereof? Member Ngobeni spoke about the protocols that are in place between the countries, and how do we explore that? Is it implementable, or how can we implement some of those aspects? In a nutshell, Chair, that would be my response, because I think more than anything is appreciating the information, the guidance, and the advice. I'm not sure if any of the colleagues would like to. Okay, yeah, fine. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much for the presentation and the engagement members, and also the responses from the department. I think today was really a good day. I think we're able to really, you know, align with one another and be able to advise each other. So we really want to thank you, HOD and your team. Members, we're going to move to the next items. We're almost done, so I'm not going to adjourn now. I just want to request members if you could defer the minutes to the next session, because most of the members are not here. Thank you. So in terms of item 8, which is provincial bills, we have no provincial bills before the committee. The next item was NCOP bills. We also have no NCOP bills before the committee. And for resolution tracking, there are no responses to the House resolutions to be considered. The next item on petitions, there are none before the committee, and we don't have any correspondence. So the date of the next meeting will be the 11th of September 2025, and I really want to thank you, members. I want to thank the staff and our stakeholders. The meeting is therefore adjourned. Thank you so much. Lunch is served next door for all of us. Thank you.